Good afternoon. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on April 16, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers, located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. And now, Mayor, it is 5:01 p.m. You may call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Marina. Being that we do have a quorum present, I'd like to call this evening's meeting to order.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item is invocation. Will be provided by Ms. Alicia Justilian, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you, thankful for your goodness and your grace that carries us through each day. Lord, we put you first, as our Savior Jesus says, to seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you. We pray for tonight's City Commission meeting, for your blessings on everyone in attendance. For our mayor and commissioners, we pray for your anointing on them. Help them in all they do. Bless our city, our citizens. Unite us according to your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
To the flag. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, one indivisible. Next item are proclamations. The first proclamation is recognizing John J. Covillier.
Come on up, John.
If I can please have John and his family join us here in the front.
Bring your family if you want.
John, bring your family. They're a part of this. If you can receive. This is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing John Joe Covillier. Whereas John Joe Covillier was born in Olympia, Washington, and raised in Brownsville, Texas, to Charles Covillier and Isabel Martinez, and has been married to Lete Covillier for 25 years. And they are the proud parents of two sons, John Joe Covillier Jr. and Manuel Covillier. And whereas John Joe Covillier has dedicated his time to helping the citizens of this community with achieving fitness and health, and work to provide training and coaching while working as a pediatric flight nurse, and then clinical coordinator for Driscoll Children's Hospital for 22 years. John Joe Covillier is an active member of the Order of Alhambra 91, Region 7. He also works with Run For Me RGV, Down by the Border, and Pause for Strides. And whereas John Joe Cuvelier transitioned careers to become the owner of a racing company, People Moving People Productions, LLC, through which he organizes community races that highlight the uniqueness and beauty of our city, and increasing awareness of our city's nonprofit organization, and contributes a percentage of his company's profits to organizations such as Paw for Strides. And whereas John Joe Cuvelier has been influential in the development of Run For Me RGV, an organization inclusive of young people with disability. He donates his time and videography skills to bring awareness to Sisters on the Run, which benefits Proyecto Juan Diego. He has committed his time to organizing runs throughout the year, which help encourage our young school-age citizens. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of our citizens, do hereby recognize and honor John Joe Cuvelier on his accomplishments, support, and contributions benefiting the citizens of this community, done on this, the 16th day of April 2024. John, if you would like to say a couple words. It's speech time, it's speech time.
No pressure.
Next item, next proclamation, National Public Health Week.
All right, may I call up the Health Department, please? Come on up. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing National Public Health Week. Whereas the week of April 1 through the 7th, 2024 is recognized as National Public Health Week, with this year's theme being Protecting, Connecting, and Thriving. We are all public health. And whereas the goal of National Public Health Week in 2024 is to recognize the contributions of public health officials in 1, improving the health of the people of the United States, and 2, achieving health equity. And whereas public health professionals collaborate with partners outside of the health sector, including city planners, transportation officials, education officials, and private sector businesses, recognizing that other sectors can influence health outcomes. And whereas in communities across the United States, individuals are changing the way they care for their health by avoiding tobacco use, eating healthier, increasing physical activity, and preventing unintentional injuries at home and in the workplace. And whereas efforts to adequately support public health and the prevention of disease and injury can continue to transform a health system focused on treating illness into a healthy system focused on preventing disease and injury and promoting wellness. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, mitigate, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including mitigating short-term and long-term impacts of infectious disease outbreaks on the health and wellness of individuals in the United States, as well as addressing social and other determinants of health, including health disparities experienced by minority populations. And whereas the City of Brownsville's Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services encourages the people in our community to learn about the role of the public health system in improving health across the region. Now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, recognize National Public Health Week and the contributions of public health professionals in the City of Brownsville. The City Commission, by the authority vested by the Charter of Brownsville, and on behalf of all of our citizens, extends appreciation to our professional Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services, and to all public health professionals and partners for their exemplary dedication to this community. Done on this day, the 16th day of April 2024, signed by the Mayor and the City Commission.
Mayor, as our colleagues and our public health staff, and also in remembrance of Mr. Jesse Rodriguez, who was one of our members who's not with us today, the public health team wants to express the many thank yous for your support from the city and the community that we have received. And not only is it Public Health Week, but as a department that's always given and working in, sometimes in very complex situations, we find ourselves that it is the team and the leadership that our team exhibited that makes this community much more resilient and capable. So thank you.
Next item is public comment period. This is just a reminder, a friendly reminder that Section 226, meetings and agendas regarding public input during meetings, conduct, conversations between or among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. Cell phones. Attendees must refrain from the operation and use of cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings. Placards, banners, or signs are not to be permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and t-shirts which may represent sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. Exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the City Commission are permitted. Only City Commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the Commission, it should be given to the City Secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the City Secretary prior to meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the City Secretary's official record. All comments shall be made to the Mayor and City Commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. So Mayor and City Commissioners, we did receive 5 public comments this evening. The first one is Yolanda Spies. Yoli Spies.
Good evening, Ms. Spees. You have 3 minutes.
City Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Yolanda Spies, and I stand before you today as a concerned citizen and resident of Brownsville. I am also a registered voter. I come before you not merely out of frustration, but out of a sincere desire for resolution and progress. In my interactions with law enforcement, unfortunately, I've encountered lack of professionalism, negligence, and rudeness. I have observed a lack of willingness to truly listen or investigate properly or fairly. Despite their claim of allowing me to talk, the essence of my words seem to have been disregarded. It's evident that there's a desire and a dire need for enhanced training within our police force. Communication skills, adherence policy, and a genuine respect for the community they serve must be prioritized. As former First Lady Melania Trump emphasized, we should strive to be best. Moreover, specific instances highlight a clear ignorance or disregard for established laws and policies. For instance, Chapter 10-1001 regarding ownership was completely overlooked and ignored, leading to the distressing and traumatizing situation where I felt coerced into surrendering my pet dog, Dobie, under duress. It was not voluntary, as Cervantes stated in the police report. I've sought recourse through various channels, including discussions with the animal control supervisor and retired police officers, and all of whom have acknowledged the mishandling by Officer Efrain Cervantes. Yet my calls for accountability and redress seem to fall on deaf ears. What I seek now is not just an apology, but I need a public acknowledgement of the injustices that I've endured. The dismissive attitudes displayed, suggestions to simply sue the city, or you would help me somehow facilitate the adoption of another dog to placate me, is simply unacceptable. Moreover, attempts to withhold or erase crucial documentation and footage only compound the injustice I've endured. As we approach upcoming elections, I urge each of you to consider the ramifications of ignoring my concerns. Your constituents are watching, and they're not oblivious to your apathy. So I implore you to take decisive action to initiate a thorough investigation into these matters. For if such negligence persists in matters deemed insignificant, what does that say about governance, our governance on a larger scale? Thank you for your time and attention, but don't let my words be dismissed, but rather serve as a catalyst for meaningful change, because the residents of Brownsville, they deserve nothing less.
Next, we have Diablo Velez.
Name is Diablo Velez. I'm going to repeat a comment. Repetition is a good learning model. In 1848-49, at the palace of King Assurbanipal in the city of Nineveh, were discovered 30,000 Sumerian cuneiform tablets, if you know what I'm talking about. When they were deciphered, it says that we were created by extraterrestrials, UFOs, coming from a planet named Naurubi. And they have a plan to rescue us, to take us back to that planet where we're coming from. Jesus Christ was part of the plan. He came to the earth as the Son of the Man, and he dies, and he went back to that planet, according to the Bible, to prepare a place for us. But there is a mandate to go back to that planet, to go back to heaven. First, believe in the extraterrestrials. Believe in God, love God. And the second one, but let me stop for a minute. I wanted to be clear about something. You members of the commission, the mayor, you need to understand that these Sumerian tablets, they are a public record. They are not magic realism, fantastic realism. And the second mandate is help the poor, help the homeless. So I am giving you the opportunity to go back to that planet where we're coming from, to go back to heaven. Adopt the resolution that I'm proposing to you. allowed homeless to ask for money at a certain distance from corporations, transnational corporations, by the way, to ask for money at a certain distance of these corporations and believe in the extraterrestrials, believe in God, love God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Zeke Silva.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm here to talk to you about something that's on the agenda today. It's called valet parking. Not that I'm against any business striving, because obviously I own a couple of businesses and I'm always pro-business and especially small business. But being that I am also a business owner in the small town of Brownsville, which is growing quite quickly. And I'm in downtown where there's very, very limited parking. Valet parking, as a way it's proposed on this temporary pilot program today on the agenda, is very vague. It seems that it's catering to a certain business versus everybody else's business. We're all fighting for parking. We all want to get more customers to come downtown. I speak to pretty much every business owner in the downtown area, and we all struggle for business. And we all struggle because of lack of parking. And so my question is, where are you going to valet park all these vehicles at? If it's going to be to a private-owned business, which one of the business owners is here, I'll welcome it. Why? Because they're going to generate revenue from their investment. But if it's going to be city lots that you are going to do that to, that is not right. Because number one, if somebody is going to be for business or for especially generate money for themselves, for profit, excuse me, then how is the city going to generate that money and put it into what budget? Because obviously the people that are going to be valeting, they're going to be charging a fee and they're going to be collecting the fee and it's going to be their fee. But if the city is going to give them business to be able to park in the city-owned parking lot, what about the other businesses around? What are they going to be able to offer their customers? Is this valet parking going to be for each and every one of us whenever we want? Or is it going to be exclusive to just a business? So yes, we want to have upscale restaurants. We understand that more business that comes downtown means more revenue for downtown, means more a variety to choose for our, either existing business people here and our patrons and also for tourists to come. But when you're exclusively exclusiating a business versus everybody, the way it's written, it's too vague. It's very broad. I ask you guys to let us business owners step in, and we didn't get notified of any of this. So I don't think it's a good thing to do right now, and the way it's being written, it's not going to benefit but just a specific business owner. And I don't think that's right for the other ones that have been struggling, that have been here way before I have, and they don't have any advantage over anybody else. So please consider it, and that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Next, we did receive a form from Leslie Izaguirre, but did not want to address the mayor and commission. So the following is Adlemi Sanchez. Okay. So next item, we have the city manager's update.
Good evening, everyone. We wanted to welcome Ms. Irma Parker here to the city of Brownsville. She's supporting our city secretary's office. She's been a city secretary for over 26 years and has served for the city secretary for different cities, including Rockport, Port Aransas, and recently retired from the town of Addison. So, part of when we look at different departments is how we can improve processes and services and customer service. With a lot of the summer travel, we've had an increase in passport requests and birth certificates. We did add contract services to be able to augment and reduce those lines and provide better customer service. But we also felt that that's a department that with the elections, multiple elections coming up, we really want to shore up that process. So just want to welcome Ms. Irma Parker. I don't know if she's here in the audience.
Welcome, Ms. Parker.
Welcome, Ms. Parker.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Next items, presentations. Update on Brownsville Community Health Needs Assessment, Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services.
Hi, so can everyone hear me okay there?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Wonderful. My name is Dr. Christy Blackburn. I am an assistant professor at Texas A&M in the School of Public Health. My colleague who could not be here today because he is flying back from a conference is Dr. Tyler Prochnow, and he's also an assistant professor in the Department of Health Behavior. We've been working the last couple of months with the Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services to put together the needs assessment for the city of Brownsville. So I have a couple of slides, and I do want to preface this by saying Dr. Prochnow is really kind of the leader of this project from the research side. And so if you do have questions that I'm not able to answer, I will make sure to make a note of that, or I'm not able to fully answer. I'll make sure to make a note of that and get those back to you as quickly as I can. So I don't know, can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Wonderful. So I just want to give you a really brief overview of what we're doing with the survey or the assessment. So what we're really trying to do is understand what the most pressing needs are for the city of Brownsville. So we designed the survey to really ask questions on a handful of different areas. We wanted to kind of find a way to prioritize the resources that are available and set a foundation for searching for more resources through grant funding and that sort of thing. And so this provides us those like data-driven insights that we know what residents are concerned about, what kinds of things they'd like to see, and really just trying to understand the needs of the community. And if you can go to the next slide. So these are the areas that we're looking at specifically. And like I said, these were developed in collaboration with the Department of Health, Wellness, and Animal Services. So we're looking at areas of nutrition, physical activity, mental health, social connectedness, which is really just like how do people feel like their social connections are with their family and friends and their community more broadly. Looking at health access, and then digital health, which includes telehealth. And I do want to clarify, this isn't necessarily like digital health in terms of social media usage. We're really looking at how do people find health information on the internet and how do they utilize telehealth. And then I think a really important part of this assessment is that we have 12 different physical locations throughout the city and 2 social media, so Instagram and Facebook, that we're releasing it through, and they each have a unique QR code. And we chose each of these locations very strategically in collaboration with our partners there in Brownsville to make sure that we could get as representative of a sample as possible, because we want to make sure that the information that we're collecting represents the city as a whole and not just certain parts of the city. And so that's an important part of the process, is having these unique QR codes. And then we can identify places that maybe aren't having their voice heard as much as other places, and make a more concerted effort to contact those groups. And then I think the last thing, there's one more slide, I believe. So I just kind of want to let you know like what we're hoping to achieve. I know I stated this a little bit on the outset, but this photo that you have right here is a previous needs assessment and active living plan that Dr. Prochnow led in Waco, McLennan County. And so this is kind of the sort of thing that we're going to be putting together based on this needs assessment, is outlining what residents are really concerned about and what they want to see. And then we're hoping to be able to use those results as the basis, because a lot of funding agencies that will provide funding to address some of those issues. They want to see data and they want to see that initial analysis. And so then this will provide that foundation to apply for state and federal funding that can then start to address some of the biggest issues that residents expressed concern about. And I think, oh, yes, so here's the QR code. This is a specifically unique QR code for this meeting and for a community meeting that we did earlier today. And so if you want to participate, you can just scan the QR code and it'll take you to the survey. If you would like to, you can enter to win a gift card, which we're giving out 10 gift cards throughout after we've collected all the surveys. We're aiming for about 300. And the next slide has contact information for Dr. Prochnow and I. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. And we're happy to answer what we can. So that's a brief overview, but I'm happy to answer anyone's questions about the needs assessment if you'd like some more information.
And Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, so to our residents watching on TV, if you didn't get a chance to click on the QR code, go to our social media, Health, Wellness, and Animal Services. There will be Instagram and Facebook links that will take you to the survey. It is bilingual in English and Spanish, and we're shooting to get 300 respondents so that it can give us a good statistical basis. I also have Dr. Romero with us, who's our health authority, and has helped us coalesce a lot of this work so that we can continue to work with Dr. Prochnow and Dr. Blackburn with the Texas A&M system and really bringing the community to the next level and the needs that as it relates to public health and potentially with informatics and the telehealth aspect of it. Any questions for Dr. Blackburn or us?
Dr. Rodriguez, hi, it's me, Rose. It's Dr. Cowan under the mask. Dr. Blackburn, I think I met you once before. Welcome. I just wanted to ask the question, these are surveys. They're not direct measurement of any kind of blood or tissue samples. It's just surveys.
Just surveys, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Thank you, Dr. Blackburn. Appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next item, we have consent agenda items.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Yes. Hello. First one's public hearings. Public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 2024-1739, amending chapter 314 impact fees, article 5 impact fees by adding section 314-50, the 2023 Brownsville roadway capital recovery fee, and signed recommendation letter from the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, (CIAC), on specifications regarding land use assumptions, capital improvement plans for roads, and calculated cost per service area and maximum collection rate per service unit, multimodal transportation department.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. We have hopefully the final version of the presentation. We have Eddie Haas here to give a quick update. In the last meetings, we've convened the ad hoc Affordable Housing Committee, and so I know we have the chairman here to speak of on a summary of what that recommendations took place, and so we'll give it to Eddie first.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Edmund Haas, Friesen Nichols. Thank you for the opportunity to visit on this continued public hearing regarding capital recovery fees. Throughout the process that since our first meeting back in September, we've had the chance to have significant dialogue with the development community, real estate folks, home builders, and had some very good discussions and passionate discussion, both pro and con, from the certain stakeholders, more on the con side, but there's a general theme recognizing the need to do something regarding continued growth and development of the community. There's the recognition that growth is going to continue to happen, and that with this growth, there needs to be a way to address mobility, moreover from not only access and circulation throughout the community, but also safety, from a safety perspective. And that's what this CRF is all about. It is addressing growth-related needs over the 10-year period, 2023 through 2033. We've discussed this over the last public hearings, but a significant number of folks anticipated to move to the Brownsville area, 37,000 plus population, roughly 29,000 jobs over the 10-year window. But this one-time fee is aimed at addressing specific growth and development anticipated to occur over 19 service areas. The service areas that align with the current city limits of the city. A specific capital improvements plan rooted in your mobility plan that was adopted about a year ago, identifying prioritized projects, arterial and collector class facilities for added capacity and other road improvements have been identified. And based on growth that varies by service area, the cost per service unit or the cost to provide service will vary. And then a tailored land use equivalency that has the ability to quantify the impact of specific development proposals has been developed and tailored for Brownsville. The proposed collection schedule is rooted in technical documentation that was prepared back in August, submitted as part of the initial public hearing. That contains all the technical documentation to define and derive what it costs to put a unit of road on the ground. That's the vehicle mile, the full cost. Moreover, the technical documentation identifies the maximum allowable accessible rate that becomes your Schedule 1 as part of the draft ordinance that will be presented. But then moreover, Schedule 2, which is the recommended collection rate, a 10% collection rate that's been discussed through the vast public hearings and is part of the ordinance, the proposed ordinance that you'll hear soon. As I highlight the CIP, there were 130 projects. These 130 projects address both widenings and new roads, new widenings, key roads like Dana Avenue, Old Mito North, Old Port Isabel Road. Those are part of a list of several projects that are spanned throughout the city, highlighted in blue on the map there in the lower right. But then also new projects like East Loop, Morrison Road, the north end of Dana Road, also included in the capital recovery fee program, the city's portion of those costs. So critical projects that are aimed at addressing continued growth and development of the community. Back in September, when we first discussed capital recovery fees, there was the very distinct recommendation that we have further outreach to stakeholder groups. We've had very passionate discussion over the last 5 or 6 months. We've had roughly 120 up to about 150 folks that have come out as part of briefings, one-on-one sessions, town halls. We've had stakeholder engagement on social media. We had the survey that was out there. Unfortunately, we didn't get a whole lot of input via that avenue, but we've had frequently asked questions. We've had the CRF videos. Those have been out there. And then the identification of an affordable advisory subcommittee, this ad hoc committee aimed at looking at specifically affordable housing for the Brownsville area. This committee, chaired by Mr. Nick Mitchell-Bennett. Nick is here tonight. He's going to highlight some of those things. But we had some great discussion at the beginning of March, and then there was a briefing by the ad hoc committee to the CIAC, the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, regarding those recommendations. And they really tailor exemptions regarding affordable housing for Brownsville, both from the rental perspective and ownership. There's parameters identified in those categorical areas, as well as really the establishment of enforcement and verification processes to ensure that affordable housing is being rented and or sold to those that meet the criteria. But one of the other key recommendations that they had was being a part of the continued process in defining some of the implementation parameters, some of the very specific details that will occur as we develop the program for final implementation and rollout by May of next year. There was a briefing on April 3rd on those recommendations to the advisory committee. The advisory committee received those well. So with that, I'll ask Nick to come up if he'd like to share a few comments regarding the recommendations.
Good evening, Nick Mitchell-Bennett, CEO of CDCB, Come Dream, Come Build, and the chair of the Ad Hoc Affordable Housing Committee. We had a very engaged committee conversation when we met the two times. I believe that our overall goal of utilizing this fee as a tool to protect and keep housing affordable in the city of Brownsville was achieved, not only for the current nonprofits that produce affordable housing like the Housing Authority and ourselves and Brownsville Affordable Housing Corporation, but also, and I think almost more importantly, using this as a tool to encourage for-profit developers to be encouraged and incentivized to produce units for the affordable market. And so, like I said in my original testimony some months ago, this is a housing tool, and I think we did very well in using this in that fashion. So I believe you all got the memo I wrote, and I don't know if you have any questions for it. We did highlight some things such as the cost of rent, no more than 100% of the market rent, reaching down as low as 80%, at the highest point, I should say, 80% of the area median income, both for owners, for renters, and then for owners, 120% of area median income. Those are the folks that are being served, as well as protecting the city so that this isn't taken advantage of, right? So that there are some safeguards put in place, such as if whoever is developing them will need to put a LURA or a land use restriction agreement on the property, ensuring that it stays affordable, so it's not just one-time renter and then they can upgrade the rent at that point. And then, as was mentioned, the committee requested that the devil's going to be in the details for this and how we make sure that we have a proper SOP and how this works. I know my organization is willing to participate in helping to craft those and put those together, as well as working with the city to make sure that maybe do the underwriting for the different developers or whatever the case may be, that understand what we're doing. But overall, if we're going to pass this thing, then I think that we have affordable housing protected, as well as encouraged to more to be produced. So I don't know if you have any questions for me before I turn it over.
Thank you for your service on that task force, Nick.
Yeah, I want to thank you and the rest of your ad hoc committee, as well as the kayak committee, for all the hard work here. I think everyone's done their due diligence and making sure that this is really well thought out.
Yeah, it was very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would echo those comments. It was a very, very engaged discussion with this subcommittee. And so the recommendations, those were well received by the advisory committee. We have several members from the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee here tonight. You might recall the general parameters that they started with with regards to a potential capital recovery program, a delayed start of about a year. April, it would rather be May, by the time the ordinance is adopted, May 7th of 2025, and then the follow-on grace period for those in the pipe. But then collection rates, separate residential versus non-residential collection rates, specifically $1,000 for single-family residential, Others would follow the rate schedule that is identified in the ordinance, with increases to the collection of the $1,000 fee for single-family residential, and then a 5% increase in the non-residential rate per year till the first programmatic update, which would be then the items would be reviewed. There were other exemptions that have been identified. You might recall if residential development is 80% complete, the remaining 20 would be exempt. Mixed-use development that has workforce housing, there would be some exemptions there. Legacy businesses within downtown that have been in Brownsville 5 years and are expanding at the original site would have some exemptions. And then also development, both residential and non-residential in the historic downtown district, the formal district, some exemptions there. Craig Cosgrove, one of the committee leaders for the CIAC, is here. He's going to add a few words from his perspective on this committee.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Craig Grove. Most of you guys know me. I'm the broker with GRT Realty. I was asked to participate as a representative of the real estate community. And as you guys, pretty much everybody up there knows, I'm very pro-business, very pro-development. But at the same time, my interest here was to look out for the citizens because as we all know, roads have to be built, roads have to be maintained. And I think it was a great thing that the city council brought Nick and his team in that really brought in a whole nother level of protection for the citizens. My primary goal in this, in participating in this, was to make sure it was even-handed. Some of you guys, most of you are some of you are too young, but some of you remember I was one of the few agents back in the day who fought the last time this came along and, was against it. Or the impact fees, that is. In this case, I really feel like we've thought it out, especially with going back and rehashing it, bringing the affordable housing element into it. I think it's critical that we foster growth in affordable housing. And so bringing this in, and as Nick said, incentivizing that is critical. And also not taxing the citizens for new development. It's my opinion that if you want to develop a subdivision and profit from that, if you want to buy a new house, then it should be you that pays for it and not everyone else. And some of the things that were going to happen in terms of taxes, if we didn't address this, what the citizens don't understand is the tax increase was going to be dramatic, and we're already having to deal with dramatic tax increases. So I, of course, would be happy to support whatever the council recommends after reviewing the committee's submission, but I do feel like it's been well thought out, and I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you there. There was, would like to reiterate the discussion by the CIAC. Very engaged discussion, very serious discussion with the potential of, number one, even implementing a CRF tool, but then number two, the implications on the development community. So that was very engaged discussion regarding it. The development of this program has been over 20 months. Back in August of last year was when, or August of 22 was when we started. So this has been a long time in the working, but thank you to the commission for pointing out the need for additional stakeholder engagement. As I mentioned earlier, very passionate discussion, very enlightening discussion throughout that process, and I'm very fortunate to be a part of that. So thank you to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. Thank you to the Ad Hoc Committee as being a part of that. This program is also in alignment with Chapter 395 of the Texas Local Government Codes with regards to technical, administrative, noticing, but noticing from resolution and public noticing in the paper, and then moreover the committee work with the CIAC and consequently the Ad Hoc Committee. With that, that's my brief presentation regarding the item. I'm open to any questions you might have.
So one of the things I didn't see in the timeline that was laid out for us was based on the fact that just as recently as April 3rd, there were additional recommendations made to the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, that those were well received. At what point has this been published so that the public can look at it to have been able to come here today for the public hearing to give any concerns they might have?
Well, since the formal committee is the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, that's why we had that briefing in April, April 3rd, April 6th. We had that briefing for the ad hoc to brief the advisory committee So that was really the notice of that, the results of that committee. Yeah, but to answer your question, that was really, since it's coming through the advisory committee, that's ultimately the recommendation of the CIAC.
So then there were no changes that came about as a result of the recommendations made on April 3rd?
Generally, no. Initially, from the affordable housing perspective, it fell under the general Chapter 395. If it aligned with the U.S. code, then there was affordable housing parameters, but the detailed work from the ad hoc committee was then to detail specifics for Brownsville. And that is, through the formally recognized programs, how you deal with the rental ownership, rentals, enforcements, and ultimately the development of the specific requirements for verification on exemptions after payment. But other than that, though, it comes through the advisory committee.
Okay, I'll reserve other comments till after the public hearing.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions?
I had a quick question. Hi, Eddie. I keep hearing the word verification process. What does that consist of? Can you briefly just walk me, because I know that was a concern. I think Commissioner Cardenas had that last time. How do we control, keep control of who's are applying for these exemptions?
Yeah, so, and that's something to be hashed out, but generally, if there's the desire for a developer to provide affordable housing, there has to be some verification that either the renter or the buyer has received approvals through the loan process. That has to then be presented back to the city in order to issue the exemption or a refund. So we're still in process of trying to figure out what's the best way to do that. Is it take the capital recovery fee and then issue a refund based on the verification process? Still working through those details, but ultimately the burden should be on the applicant to bring that information back.
Commissioner, we've met this afternoon about how the implementation we have a year to implement. We're not going to wait until the 12 months to implement. We've already met, and our ad hoc committee has offered to assist us with the writing of SOPs. That's the implementation. As the policymakers, you would vote on the ordinance as a policy, and then we, just like any program, then go through a whole SOP process, and also with our finance, we talked about who we would need from our finance department staff and how we would need from our multimodal staff to be able to review it and implement that. If we need additional support services, we've talked through that process, but we also have 3 cities that have done best practices with regard to operations in Texas that we will be visiting and seeing how they implement and carry out the program. Right, but just like any new program, we would look at how we operate that and how we do the checks and balances to ensure that the program eligibility or the ordinance is complied with. And so we are going through that process right now, but I'm glad to see that our partners that are specialists in affordable housing are also willing to support us in writing some of those SOPs with regard to exemptions in affordable housing.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Sure. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Good afternoon, esteemed Brownsville City Commissioners, Mayor John Cohen. My name is Atlemi Martinez, and I'm a proud resident of Brownsville, Texas, born and raised in the vibrant community. Today, I stand before you to support the proposed capital recovery fee with the crucial caveat that this fee be absorbed by the developers and not passed on to future home buyers. As mentioned in the past, I think we have the same concerns that this doesn't pass on to home buyers or the residents through taxes, because it is undeniable that our city's infrastructure, particularly our roads, are urgent in need of improvement. These improvements are essential for the safety and well-being of all residents, as well as the continued growth and prosperity for our beloved city. However, it is equally important that we approach the funding of these improvements in a fair and equitable manner. By requiring developers to absorb the capital fee and avoiding these fees to pass on to future home buyers, we ensure that the costs are borne by those who directly benefit from the new developments. This approach not only aligns with the principles in fairness and accountability, but also protects future home buyers from shouldering an undue financial burden. Passing on the capital recovery fee to home buyers could potentially deter individuals and families from purchasing homes in our community, hindering our city's growth and vitality. We must prioritize policies and promote accessibility to home ownership for all residents regardless of their financial needs. Furthermore, by holding developers responsible for the costs associated with the infrastructure and improvements, we encourage responsible and sustainable development practices. This not only benefits that our city is in short-term goals, but also ensures for long-term viability and resilience. I urge commissioners to support the implementation of the capital recovery fee with the understanding that it should not be absorbed that it should be absorbed by the developers and not passed on to future home buyers. Let us work together and build a brighter future of Brownsville. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, public hearing now closed.
And I do have a question for Joel. So Joel, can you give me a better idea of a date that you would say the final version of this was published and available for people to look at?
The date, what, I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Can you tell me what the most recent date was that the final version that we're looking at considering passing tonight was actually published and available for the public to look at?
Should have been part of the packet.
Okay, so it was just this past Friday.
The latest version was included in the packet as per the required.
Are you talking about publication in a newspaper?
No, I just mean in general, like whenever whatever the current version is, what's the first time it was available that people could have seen it? That there were no other changes made since that time?
The most recent time would be when the packet was posted.
Okay, so that was Friday.
I will say, Commissioner, the recommendations hasn't changed. The only thing that was added was the affordable housing. So the memo was included in your packet, but the recommendations have been the same since August.
And just to clarify, the affordable housing exemption idea was always always on the table. These are just the specifics to that.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And just for what it's worth, if this, assuming this passes, right, first reading, second reading, the city would be required then to publish the ordinance itself and the caption of it. So that's what we would publish in a newspaper.
But there's no requirement that it come back after it's published.
For this one, if it's adopted, I mean, you can make amendments to the ordinance once it's adopted, but this particular, I mean, if you're asking, did the public get notice of it, it would be through the packet, the hearings, the notices that were published about the hearings that we were going to have, but particularly the ordinance itself, that would be published once it's adopted.
And the reason I ask is because we've come to this point because we had a lot of pushback from different segments of the community. And that's why we kept extending it and keeping it open to give people time. And I know one of the first things we told them was this initial recommendation is just a recommendation. This is not necessarily the final version that's going to be accepted and approved by the commission. So, give us some time to work through it. Now that we've got a version that I think most of us are comfortable and ready to accept, I want to know that the citizens are aware of what that is. And I don't just mean that it's been out there for 72 hours. If you haven't seen it, I'm sorry. I mean, have we made an effort to say, okay, this is where we're at. We think we've got one we want to share out there and get approved by everybody. That's why that's where I'm coming from on this. I'm not trying to push back on it. I love the due diligence. I like that it sounds like we've got the buy-in from all the right shareholders. I'd like to make sure all of the recommendations were taken into consideration, either for the ordinance or will be part of the SOPs. I think that's my only hesitation right now, is I would have liked for it to be out there a little bit longer, that this is the final version before we try and pass it. That's my only concern.
So Commissioner, I guess elaborate a little bit more. So we had a recommendation from the Capital Recovery Committee. And so we did modify that recommendation. And so we went back, we added, and so those meetings were in December, January, and February because of the new recommendations. So the recommendations from the December and on have stayed the same. The only change in this past meeting was the affordable housing. So the public has had a chance to look at it. We met again with the committee. We had another public hearing, stakeholder meetings with the updated recommendations, what were reduced from 2,000 to 1,000, for example, and then the 25% to 10% on the commercial.
And what, oh, I'm sorry, the part of the packet, there's the memo that was referred to, the one that was submitted on behalf of Mr. Mitchell, on behalf of the Affordable Housing Ad Hoc Committee.
No, and I did see that memo. So the 10%, when was the first time that appeared?
That should have
What'd you
been in
say?
December.
Okay.
That hasn't changed since then.
Those are my concerns.
Any other comments or questions?
I just have comments. First of all, thank you guys very much. This is a really was and may continue to be a controversial discussion if you're misinformed, right? I think I've had to field a lot of phone calls and concerns that people assume that it's 10% of construction costs or, but my only comments would be the same. I do think, and I encourage staff for equitable distribution. I think that's very important for this to be consistent, and that we really consider the measures and benchmarks of its effectiveness as the program continues, and continuing that information to the citizens, right? I think that education is very important so that it's transparent.
In fact, we just talked about it this afternoon about just similar to our capital improvement program, that they know, and some of our projects, you'll see where the funding came out, if it's RGVMPO or a bond, but continuing to add if the CRF is utilized, not only on the website, but on the billboard or whatever we put, that the CRF is being used and how much of it for what, whether it's environmental, design, construction, what have you. But we talked about making the CIP more robust and identifying the funding source, including the CRF.
But those are
I think the other comment I'd make is I'd be more agreeable to passing this tonight if we'd all agree that for second reading, we not just make it a consent agenda item, but also make the second one a public hearing as well.
I'm okay with that.
I could support that. I did have a
request I wanted to make and see if we can continue the Affordable Housing Committee with the implementation of the rest of the CRF. I'd like to see that happen.
Yeah, I think we would, it would be good to, the chairman's willing to work with us, and then the chairman can also work with we'll work through the chairman and through the committee.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have one concern on the time frame. I think 5 years for it to be reviewed is a little lengthy. We don't do anything for 5 years. Our banks, our everything else. Why are we doing 5 years and having this pumped up to 25%? Couldn't we review it a lot earlier than that?
So the reason it sits in 5 years is for the state law requires every 5 years, but it's up to the local entity to renew it as needed as development changes. And so that can be every two.
It's required to minimum be 5 years?
Every 5 years, correct.
And sir, we can still report back to you, just like we report when we just did our budget updates, our quarterly updates. We could report how much we're bringing in, and also because that becomes an enterprise fund as part of our budget. And so it's tracked like every other enterprise fund, the parking stations, the landfill, those are all enterprise fund. This becomes another fund where it's tracked in terms of how much we were using, how much we're collecting per service area, and then possibly what we're using it for.
Okay, so can that be added to there to be reviewed every year?
To the ordinance?
Well, we can include it as a report of a budget if that's something that we can.
Yeah, I mean, the report would be a good idea. That way you can direct us then to go through the process, because there is a process that we have to undertake if we're going to then make amendments or changes to it. We have to publish, notice several times. We have to hire a consultant because of some of the.
I would say
study
that
behind it needs to be done by a consultant.
I would say that the first year is just, we still have to transition through this year, and maybe you can identify, we have to report on it. It's a budgetary line item. But I would say we really need a couple of years to see how this is going to implement before we would, and report on that before we make changes. Because I think our first couple of years is still understanding how much we're collecting and how much we were doing. So I would recommend reporting on it every year. We have to. It's a budgetary enterprise fund. And then if you all would like to make changes on the 5th year, we would consider that. But we're just starting, so we really need to know what that means the first 5 years.
And one last question is, how much would we have collected this year, last year?
If we had the fee, I don't think we ran the analysis.
Do you have that number?
Yeah, so we talked about the overall program costing $500+ million. But what's required in the cost calculation is what's the cost attributable to growth? In other words, what portion of that 585 can be aligned specifically with the 10-year growth? That number is $197 million. $197 million at a 50% collection rate obviously is a lot lower. And if you're collecting at 10%, it's much less than that. So it could be anywhere in the 5 million that you're collecting per year. It could be more depending, but it's all a function of growth. We're assuming linear growth over the 10-year window. But that is also subject to review at least every 5 years as part of the requirement for the program review. But if you were to adopt the 50% max, let's just say, then you would be collecting half of 197 million. So that would be over the 10-year window.
Okay,
So
I get
roughly
that.
almost $100 million in 10 years, so 10 million a year, roughly.
But my question is, how much would we have collected last year?
I don't know, we ran that analysis, Commissioner, but we can. 2023 calendar year, if we had that in place with this collection rate, it would have collected this much. We can come back.
I think it's very difficult also. I mean, we could do an estimate, a guesstimate, and based on permits and uses. If that's something that you want to do, we can do that. We would have to make some assumptions because what someone writes on their permit, it has to do with the use. So depending, but we can make it the best estimated guess as to what that can be, understanding that depending on what someone writes on their permit as the use, we would just use that as the indicator.
I think the only other comment I'll make is that to Commissioner Cardenas' point about the 5 years, and I think I'm okay with the readout, but I don't want us to just automatically assume we're going to wait 5 years to consider making changes. And I say that because 5 years from now, everyone up here could be different. Every single one of us could be gone. And then you've got a commission that has absolutely zero background in how we started this and the work that was put into it. And they would have no basis for, is it working, is it not working? So I think it would be a good idea for us to have reviews, not full-fledged, go out for consultants and do everything, but definitely take a hard look at it. Is it working as intended? So that if we feel it's not, we can start the process of making those changes sooner rather than later. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve with the requirement that the second reading will be a public hearing as well.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
Public hearing number 2, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-008 to rezone from agriculture AG to residential single-family R1 to allow a single-family subdivision on a 14.616 acres out of 160.749 acres out of the north portion of tracts 1 through 10 in shares 1 and 17 Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, out of a 3,030.24 acre tract and out of a 525 acre tract located on Charger Lane, Brownsville, Texas 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 4, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
Before we get into this one, we have a request to move an item out of order because we have a commissioner that needs to leave. I'd like to entertain item 2 from individual consideration so we can discuss that and then go back to the regular agenda.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
individual consideration too.
Yes, thank you. Okay, action item number 2 under items for individual consideration. Consideration and action to approve resolution number 2024-037, adopting a pilot program for downtown valet parking services, Engineering and Public Works, City Manager's Office.
Mayor and Commission, this is a resolution that would implement or adopt a pilot program that is for 1 year. 1 year so that we can gauge to see what needs to change or improve within that pilot program. It's proposed that we would collect a fee to be able to administer the program. That proposed fee was $1,000, but we can reduce it down. The other proposals is that I know there was a comment earlier about using city lots, and we're not actually using city lots. The reason why it says city resources or city properties is because it would be contemplated that some of the right-of-way may be used for the valet stands, right? But it's contemplated that a private parking lot would be used to go park the vehicles there and then, of course, come back and do whatever valet service is. The reason for this is because we brought forth a proposal so that we can provide some kind of parking fix, if you will, for downtown, since we understand that there's quite a bit of parking issues. And so this would allow us to be able to come back to you all with an actual ordinance that will provide a working valet program.
So let me lead off for my colleagues. I've got 4 pages of notes that I made just on this one agenda item, and I don't think we have an appetite to go through all that. My other concern is we've seen when we've done other things, we've done community input. And I think especially downtown Brownsville, we've seen a lot of things where we've had meetings of residents, of business owners, of property owners. And I think that's a missed opportunity here to implement something without having done that first. And considering this is downtown Brownsville, this is our backyard. We should be the experts already. We should have most of the answers right now rather than let's go out there and try it, and trial and error will learn from it. I think there's so many things we can anticipate already that we're not taking advantage of putting into what we're wanting to build. The first one being, we couldn't possibly let everybody on the same block have valet because there's not enough spaces to accommodate every single business to do their own valet. And that would place some at a disadvantage. So that's a concern I've got. I think this is something that we should consider tabling and talking about more possibly in a workshop. But I think we should also consider a little town hall with downtown businesses and residents. I like this idea. One of the other reasons is the way it's designed is it'll be like a 2 to 3 month process to get a permit. I think if we work out the bugs as the experts and with our teams that are the experts, I think we could make this a 30-day or less process. I really do. If we perfect it and build it the right way, it shouldn't take 3 months to get a permit approved, in my opinion. But I think we've got to do some homework first.
Comments?
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest, I've received a lot of phone calls from obviously downtown business owners. And the way I see this, I mean, and city management, you can tell me if it's wrong. I mean, the way I see this is you work with a private operator, right? It's not with specific businesses. You allow whoever that may be to bid with the city. Put an area for them to come and put a business of valet for downtown, not for a specific restaurant. And allow them to figure out where they're going to park the cars, what they're going to do, how they're going to do it. Is it going to work? I don't think that you put any city resources into it. The city doesn't lose anything. It doesn't gain anything. What you do is you do gain experience in 1 year, right? You allow whoever that may be to RFP, whatever bid a proposal, say, I want to be the business that valets for downtown. And what we as commissioners with city management determine is what right of way do we give? Like, where's the right street? Not necessarily in front of a specific business, right? But maybe a side street where, I mean, for me, I don't know, right around the corner right here, there's a city building. I don't know what the name of it is. What is this, 10th, 11th? If you take 11th down, I don't know what that building is, but what's a city
The
building?
Performing Arts Academy.
Performing Arts. There's like a big sidewalk there. And what you do is you put, like they do in other cities, right? You put the stuff, well, we don't have parking meters, but you would, if you had the parking meters, we do have the parking meter, but you don't have the ones on each one, right? You block them out and you say, that company can utilize that space from this time to this time on these days, right? Where they go find parked cars is up to whoever bids, right? I just think it's an opportunity for us to learn, is it even successful? But there's no risk involved for the city. It's going to be for whoever the RFP goes out for proposal, right? They go, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, right? I think that it is a very vague proposal, but I do believe that there's an opportunity for us to, have environmental impact. That means that people will, at least I know, people, instead of everybody, like they do here in Brownsville, driving their car downtown, like everybody drives their car. All of a sudden you park, people may want to carpool downtown because they're going to valet. They'll go together. Hey, let's go have dinner. And you guys carpool to valet downtown. So you're environmentally safe there. And more importantly, it's about the metrics that we use to evaluate that opportunity for safety measures, but it's not a risk the city's taking for that, like where they park the car, how they do that. And maybe that does open the door in a year or so to say, well, what if a business wants to open their own valet? Like, what if I want to valet? Well, that's a different discussion. I think this is more of a overarching outside company that can come do that.
And I like that concept, but that's not what I get from what's written today. Because from what's written today, it says the application must be completed by the valet parking service or the owner or lessee of the premises benefiting from the proposed valet service, which means
Yeah,
it could be one business that's benefiting.
Yeah, taking the feedback, we can go back and revise with comments and also talk to the businesses who have expressed interest. If you can send them to me, I've gotten a couple of them, but I'm sure you have received more, and then really see there is interest from private operator as well. I mean, the city. I'd rather give it to private sector and have them make money and take on the liability of that rather than the city. But also we're here to facilitate between the businesses who need it, the residents who like it, and the operator who would ultimately operate this. So.
It is a great idea, and I've seen at least one business try it downtown, and I saw an event this weekend that had it all on private property that was very successful. I think this would be a huge win for Brownsville, for downtown Brownsville. But yeah, I like the idea of there's valet service in different areas, but you can use it and then go to anywhere you want downtown.
Correct.
Not that, well, we'll only park your car if you're going here.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we're not going down that path.
Or that one business is, you're valeting, even if you don't dine there or go drink there, whatever that may be, but that they're the ones benefiting. But I do believe it should be for a third party for now, to see how that works. It's just, I'm here for downtown.
I like that.
Whatever establishment that means I'm going to, right? But I'm here to park downtown. I just don't want to go find parking. I just drop my car off here and I can come pick it back up regardless of what business I go to. Would be my suggestion.
Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner.
So my comment, I love valet parking. I valet park at the malls when I go to San Antonio and Houston, just because I don't want the anxiety of having to find a parking spot. So I think it's an excellent idea. And I think it probably does need to be vetted more, a little bit more. I love pilots. I think they're non-threatening or less threatening to people. But I hesitate to believe, and I urge us to understand that there is no parking plan that will make every single restaurant and owner happy. It just doesn't exist. And if you take too long to plan and consider everything, you end up killing the project because you found more problems than you found solutions. And so when we look at it more carefully, as has been said, I urge us to try it. It's a pilot in a modified version, as was already discussed. But if you take the time to plan and plan and over plan and make sure that every single person is super happy, it just won't happen, and the project will be killed. So a pilot is not forever. If we find out there are mistakes, then we correct them. But and I do think a little bit more planning is needed, but not to over plan the issue. I think it's a great idea.
Well, and so we can, of course, table it and then bring it back in May. I don't know if there's a desire to have a subcommittee of maybe 2 commissioners that want to work on it with legal and the city manager's office. I would love to see your comments.
I'm always willing, of course. Let's go that route, and then I'll still meet with you guys individually on my comments.
And that invitation is open to any commissioner. You can reach out to legal. We'll be happy to entertain your comments.
And I'm willing to have other commissioners there when I go through my comments with you guys. We can sync up.
So what would be the proposed timeline then? With that?
1 month.
So 30 days?
So May 21st would be the second meeting, so that gives us more than 30 days from today.
Okay.
I think that's reasonable.
All right.
Well, and keep in mind, we do have a special meeting coming up May 14th to canvass the election. If we have at least 4 commissioners, then of course we can have a work session then too.
For me, so I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to table.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Item tabled.
We'll be going back to public hearings. We had read public hearing number 2. This is in regards to the action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-008.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. So this request is to rezone from agriculture to residential single family. The proposed use is a single family subdivision, and this property is fronting Charger Lane. To provide some background, this will be phase 2 for an existing single family neighborhood that's currently being developed. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 5 main lots and 0 written opposition. This is the zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential single family. The red area is what represents the property. However, it's shown in white because it was recently annexed, actually in our previous city commission meeting. And P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from agriculture to residential single family. Any questions?
All right, any questions or comments from the commission? All right. All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name. Go, you can speak into the mic.
My name is Nancy Segura. I know you speak Spanish
Claro que
because
sí.
I meet with you with Superintendent. Can I speak Spanish?
Claro que sí.
Okay. Quiero entender este asunto porque mi casa está incluida en esta área y yo no sé si puedan hablarlo en español para yo poder entender en qué va a afectar en mi casa, en mi dirección. Si lo podrían decir en español, qué es lo que va a pasar o qué es lo que quieren hacer porque no estoy entendiendo.
Sí, yo estoy dispuesto para eso, si quieres.
Sí, el cambio que se está proponiendo es para rezonificar el área de una zonificación de agricultura a una zonificación residencial unifamiliar para un desarrollo unifamiliar, una subdivisión. Esta propiedad en particular, o estos acres, se están desarrollando actualmente como parte de un desarrollo que se llama The Heights at River Bend, Phase 2. Entonces, únicamente el área que está en color rojo es lo que se va a rezonificar. Nada de lo que está afuera se está cambiando en cuestión de zonificación. Si recibió una notificación es porque por ley del Estado tenemos que mandar notificaciones a todas las propiedades que están a 200 pies de la propiedad que se está cambiando. Entonces, por ese motivo, muy probable recibió la notificación.
¿Se entendió, señora? ¿Tienes otra pregunta sobre eso? ¿O comento? Por favor, pásale.
Si se va a rezonificar, ¿quiere decir que vamos a pagar más impuestos o se va a pagar igual? ¿Qué va a pasar? El asunto es que yo tengo 3 borregas y como 4 gallinas. ¿Qué va a pasar con mis animales? ¿Los voy a tener que quitar o voy a poder continuar con mis mascotas? Ah, ok. Sí. Ese es mi...
Pero
ese es
ahorita vives afuera del área inmediatamente, ¿verdad? Enseguida, pero no dentro de las líneas.
Sí, ya me ha tocado, por ejemplo, el viernes pasado hice una aplicación en una meeting, en una junta en López, no sé cómo se llama el programa, pero es donde te dan clases con los niños, cómo educarlos y eso. Y me dijeron que si mi dirección calificaba dentro de la ciudad, calificaba para hacer la clase gratis, pero como estoy en esa dirección, estoy fuera de la ciudad y digo, yo sigo siendo fuera de la ciudad, pero ahorita como el señor dice, quiere rezonificar, quiere decir que vamos a pertenecer ya dentro de la ciudad o cómo afectaría.
Es que esa propiedad.
Tu propiedad que está fuera del área roja.
Can you move to the other slide, the actual, that one?
Es que
Señora, esa zona es agricultura, no hay casas adentro de esa zona. ¿Sí puede ver el mapa, Ariel?
sí, aquí está.
El que está en la pantalla.
Ese es el caso, está viendo el caso equivocado. Este no es el...
¿Es este?
No.
235.
Faltan 2 casos más.
Ay, perdón. Pensé que era la subdivisión Medrano porque como está igual,
It's a different case.
No.
Presented tonight.
pero es lo mismo.
No se preocupe.
Sí,
Pero-
ahorita explicamos.
Pero es lo mismo.
Es algo muy similar.
And we have a staff member from the legal department that will give her headsets because we do translate the services.
Thank
In
you
real
for
time.
that.
Señora.
Any other members of the audience that wishes to address the commission on this item?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing number 3, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-009 to rezone from agricultural AG to residential single-family R1 to allow a single-family subdivision for 26.364 acres out of 104.12 acres, being all out of 3 tracts. Tract 1, 65.57 acres out of a 81.213 acre tract. Tract 2, 8.43 acres, and Tract 3, 30.11 acres, being all of Block 187, El Jardín Re-Subdivision, Share 28, Cameron County, Texas, located on Salida de Luna, Salida del Sol, Brownsville, Texas, 78526, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So very similar to the previous request, this is a rezoning from agriculture to residential single family to be able to establish a single family subdivision. The property is fronting Salida de Luna and Salida del Sol. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 5 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And this also is a second phase to an existing development. This is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential single family to the south, agriculture to the north, as well as residential single family and residential estate. P&Z does recommend the approval to rezone from agriculture to residential single family.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
The only question I had is what's next door? What is that? Is it like a warehouse?
It's a BASD facility.
Awesome. Well, I certainly am excited and I love seeing all the development that's coming to fruition in District 2. And that'll be my only comment.
All right, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 4, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-010 to rezone from agricultural AG to residential suburban R2 to allow a single-family subdivision on reduced-sized lots for 9.50 acres of land, 9.61 acres deed, comprised of 8.63 acres of Reserve A, Medrano subdivision, and a 0.978 acre tract of land out of a 1.84 acre tract, all out of El Jardín re-subdivision, Share 29, Espiritu Santo Grant, Cameron County, Texas, located on Vermilion Avenue, Brownsville, Texas, 78521, as shown in Exhibit A, District 2, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So same as the previous two requests, this will be for a single family subdivision. To be specific, it will be on reduced size lots, and I'll explain a little bit more about that. The property is fronting Vermilion Avenue. The current zoning is agriculture, and the proposed zoning is residential suburban R2. The reason for rezoning to R2 rather than R1 is to be able to accommodate the reduced size lots. And as mentioned in staff's memo, since this will be a private development, it will consist of 56 lots. The private drive or the front property line of each lot will go to the center line of the private drive. Therefore, the first 16 feet of the lot will be partially within that private drive. Therefore, the envelope of construction will be reduced to about 4,800 feet. So R1 or the typical residential single family zoning district requires 5,000 square feet for single family homes. In this situation, to accommodate the lots that are going to be proposed, they're requesting residential suburban R2 for because it allows 2,000 square foot lots. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 23 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And this area was also recently annexed. This is a zoning map. There's commercial corridor to the east and to the south, also light industrial to the south, which is where the airport is located, ETJ to the north. And P&Z did recommend approval to rezone from agriculture to residential suburban R2.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Yeah, is this where the?
Yeah, this is where the property owner is affected.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
Perdón, ahí es donde está mi casa.
Y su casa está fuera de lo rojo.
¿Dónde está el C?
Es uno de los terrenos que está abajo.
Sí, abajo de la A y la G.
Okay.
Es como el cuarto. Donde está el más ancho, a la mano izquierda. Ese es mi suelo.
It's the property to the left of the biggest lot that's in the center.
So she's inside the city limit.
She's inside the city.
Okay.
Usted está dentro de los límites.
Sí. Y no voy a
A
perder.
usted no le afecta nada más. Es para avisarle que ellos van a resolver la propiedad.
Lo que estamos considerando permitir ahí es solamente casas para familias.
Van a construir casas en el otro lote.
Sí. Es todo lo que está pidiendo. Porque al momento es agricultura, no se permite construir casas ahí y están pidiendo permiso de la ciudad para cambiarlo. Pero no va a ser nada comercial, nada muy grande, nada industrial, nada más casas.
Her other concern that she brought up was that if she could still have her animals there, because it's agriculture, can she, even after this
Well,
rezoning?
That has nothing to do with the rezoning though, because she's in the city limit today, the laws already apply whether we rezone or not.
Okay.
So,
Sí,
sobre sus animales,
es que me habían dicho que si se hacía así, que ya no iba a ser de agricultura, me iban a multar por tener borregas y gallinas.
por los leyes de la ciudad, como ya estás dentro de la ciudad, ya aplican esas leyes. Cambiando este área de agricultura, permitiéndolo para hacer casas, eso no te va a afectar. Lo que te puede afectar ahorita son las leyes que ya tenemos. Si esa propiedad queda agricultura, no tiene que ver porque si estás dentro de la ciudad y parece que sí estás dentro de la ciudad, las leyes de la ciudad ya aplican para usted. Pero esto no te va a afectar.
So what we can, since it's, I think there's confusion, we can have Jennifer's in the back. We can have Jennifer with the translator.
Help her with
Talk to
her
her,
specific
yeah.
questions separate and apart from the case.
Yeah.
Señora, vamos a tener una persona que le pueda ayudar y tomar su pregunta porque su caso es muy particular para poder darle a usted la información adecuada. ¿Ok?
Gracias.
Gracias.
I do have a follow-up question, Martin. That corner across where it says CC, that's El Jardín Elementary, correct?
Yes, it's a school.
Have they shared anything? I've passed by there all the time and there's always traffic because of the school. Have they shared anything on the entrances to like have turning lanes or anything like that that will not obstruct traffic when we have the kids coming out or coming in?
Well, they will have to definitely widen. I believe this is a secondary arterial. So right now it exists, I believe at 40 feet, they would have to go up to 120.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 5, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-012S to request a specific use permit in a traditional neighborhood mixed use TN-MU zoning designation to allow a used car lot for Lot 1, Block 1, Luis Valadez Subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 2055 West Monroe Street, Brownsville, Texas, 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 4, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So as mentioned, this is a specific use permit request for a used car lot. The current zoning of the property is traditional neighborhood mixed use, and the property is fronting West Monroe Street. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 21 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map. In the center, there's traditional neighborhood mixed use, traditional neighborhood to the southeast, and commercial corridor to the west. This is a proposed site plan that was submitted by the applicant. And P&Z did recommend the approval. Given that they recommended the approval, it was explained to the applicant that the following conditions apply, as has been done for other used car lot businesses. organized parking of inventory, additional vegetation buffers and screening, storage of inventory within the property, unloading of inventory within the property, masonry walls only if applicable when abutting single-family residences, and just working within enclosed areas. Any questions?
My first one was, I was a little surprised that this is addressed as 2055 West Monroe, but I don't see that this fronts anywhere on West Monroe. What's in the red lines that's being proposed here? On
Yes,
20th and Boca Chica, West Monroe's off to the side.
that's the address that's assigned on the GIS map.
Okay. And then my second question would be, because there's nothing on West Monroe and the main frontage is on Boca Chica, and there's no shoulder on that section of Boca Chica, I'd want to make sure that this plan that we're looking at here, which I'm good with, if that's what we're talking about, cars being parked that would be for sale, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I wouldn't want to see it where we've got cars all the way to the front of the property. So I know we see that like along the frontage road, and the car lots will start parking cars right up to the road. And at least there's a shoulder people can stop at and look at cars. We don't have that here on Boca Chica. So I'd want to make sure the lot itself is not over cluttered with vehicles and there's room for anybody who wants to shop there easily to pull off the road and pull into that business.
Right, and as per the ordinance, the amount of vehicles that they can have is limited by the size of the property and the size of the office that they have. So right now, what they're proposing would be in compliance. They wouldn't be able to over clutter. If they would, we would have to
Cite them.
Cite them, unfortunately.
Very good. Thank you.
Martin, maybe I missed it. What's the current use of this property?
It was a car wash or like a detail wash.
Like a hand wash and detailing inside.
Any other questions or comments from the commission?
Just have a general question.
Sure.
When you say that whenever we get these and the plan is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan, what was that land supposed to be? Or like, what was the plan for it?
So for this particular area was more oriented to neighborhood services, perhaps like a doctor's office or, I don't know, a beauty salon, something geared more towards the community, not something so commercial. However, the land use plan is outdated and the city has been developing in different ways. So
Is the current use, that auto detailing, consistent with the land use plan?
No.
Okay.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
All right, we have a motion to close. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
If
I'll
we
move to approve with the restrictions recommended by staff.
Yeah, answer my question.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing number 6, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2024-013-S to request a specific use permit in a commercial corridor, CC, zoning designation to allow an event center for lots 3 and 4, Los Ebanos Square Subdivision, Cameron County, Texas, located at 1036 East Los Ebanos Boulevard, Brownsville, Texas 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
So this request is also a specific use permit, specifically for an event center. The property is fronting East Los Ebanos Boulevard, and it's currently zoned commercial corridor. This is the 200-foot buffer map. There were 21 mailouts and 0 in opposition. This is the zoning map. What predominates is commercial corridor. There's traditional neighborhood to the south. And this is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. And As you can see, it's actually a pad site within a commercial development. And so PNC did recommend the approval, given that it was approved, the sound mitigation regulation will be implemented to this property. So basically, it would have to find a method to mitigate any exiting sound from the premises to be limited to 60 decibels. Any questions?
Not a question, but a comment, Martin. I have had 2 citizens who are property owners within the 100-foot buffer who reached out to me and submitted written letters of opposition.
Okay.
Since it passed P&Z.
Okay.
I
I'll
also-
forward this to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, the same thing. I got 3 calls from Cypress Drive, concerned with noise possibly coming from the event center, as well as St. Mary's and Still Middle School. Its concern is usually event centers have alcohol on premises, and they are concerned about those, drinking and driving, which I know is sometimes unavoidable, but on this case, since all these areas are around it, it is of concern due to safety. Also, is there a clause where you can have, I know sometimes there's clauses where a bar cannot be nearby a school, and I'm not saying that this is a scenario, but since at events there is alcohol, is that?
Yes, there are regulations by TABC, land spacing requirements. The largest distance or the biggest distance is 300 feet, and it's measured from property line to property line. In this case, because these pad sites are actually lots, they do meet the distance from, if you measure from property line to property line. And that particular distance is only for a bar. When there's going to be the sale of food, and when the sale of food predominates, the distance doesn't apply.
And if it's a special event center where it's pretty much going to be BYOB, it wouldn't apply either, would it?
Because there's no transaction.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. What is that smaller square below the property? Does that pertain to the subject property?
No, it was a glitch on the presentation.
Okay.
I thought the same thing.
Martin, if these are treated as lots, as you just mentioned individually, do they meet the parking requirements for the building?
In this case, they meet the parking requirements because they have an agreement with the overall development to use parking that's directly in front of the pad site.
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name. One up. Can you speak into the mic?
Good evening. My name is Raquel Avila, and I'm the sister of the owner of this building. We have 3 copies here that I would like just to pass them around. They're very simple, but that may help to provide more details on the building. This is a new building, and it was, as it was said, it's located on Los Ebanos. It's surrounded by medical offices, churches, and schools. The concern of the noise, we believe that with the construction as it is on the building, you will see the pictures. There are 3 suites. The event center will be in the middle, which means that the 2 suites on the sides will block or minimize the noise to the north side. And to the south, there is the street, and behind the street is medical offices. As an event center, all the events will take place on the evenings, on weekends, when there will not be activities, so most of those offices are not open. And the alcohol is, we will not be serving alcohol, we will not be cooking. So we are trying to, make things very simple, and alcohol we are not planning on requesting an alcohol permit for this building. It will be limited to less than 100 people, 95. And it was built with concrete, so it's safe and it complies with handicap requirements. And initially that place was built to be a playground, an indoor playground. It was not approved. So the second option for us was to see if we could get the permit to use that suite as an event center with adopting any specific requirements. But this is something that for us has been taking many months, but we are trying to make this safe and make sure that whatever we are doing there is not gonna be any disturb the peace in the community. I mean, the place is far from all the other buildings around.
Do you know what the reason was that the indoor playground was denied?
Yes, I think it was a safety concern that, on my work experience, I deal a lot with safety, but, I consider a lot of safety aspects for the playground, but the people who were reviewing the plans, they just feel like, no, this is not good for Brownsville. It's gonna be a place where kids may have accidents, and we don't want that in Brownsville. I never had the opportunity to share more with the people about my experience on safety, but I do know about safety, and I had safety plans and a lot of good planning on what I wanted to do with the playground. But instead of discussing more, we tried this second option, which is the event center, which will include also some safety regulations for sure.
So just to clarify, it was not denied by the city or the commission, it was by the engineers or the architectures or the plan designers that denied or said no?
The request to the city was not advancing, so when we had a meeting with people from the fire department, that was the concern.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, ma'am. I'll open up to anyone else that wishes to address the commission. I believe we have someone else here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So we are the
Please
owners
state
of,
your name for the
oh,
record.
Jordan Aguilar. I am on here behalf of the architectural committee, the other owners of this area. So as per them, I can speak on behalf of them. We did not approve this because there was a clause for no event centers. This area was to help Brownsville medically. So, and then as per Sierra Title, we own lot, Zidell owns lot 9 and 10. I do have it on my phone. See, so actually that takes away all the parking.
Sure, I'd like to get the city to comment on that. I'm not aware of a architectural committee that controls the
So
use of
I
that
have not
property.
reviewed the development documents, but if they in fact created an architectural control committee with deed restrictions, that tool would be used by the owners to review potential uses and designs. And so I think when the applicant was suggesting that the application was not proceeding, she was referring to that application with the design review, the private design review committee.
Ms. Aguilar, do you know if the architecture committee had considered the indoor playground?
No, nothing.
And
No
I know
event
that
center.
you'd have to talk to the rest of your board, but would you all be opposed? to
Yes,
a kids'
we're
play-
opposed to
To a
it.
kids' playground? Not to
Correct.
the event center? To the other business that we're talking about, would you be opposed to a kids' playground?
Correct. We'd be opposed as well.
Would also be opposed to that, okay.
Martin, I'm curious.
Can we have legal speak
Yeah.
to this issue? Because my understanding that users have to comply with their covenants and agreements.
Yeah, so just to clarify, because for the public as well. There is, it sounds like there is a deeds restrictions, and there's an architectural review committee that is created out of that. I think a lot of you all on the dais are familiar with that process, right? And so when it comes to zoning issues, the city doesn't take into consideration the CCNRs, if you will. But it does sound as if, as a property owner, they are able to come in and give public comment as well. And so if you all approve this, there's still other avenues that the architectural review committee and the property owners can pursue civilly. That doesn't involve the city. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there any, or you want to come back?
Yes, just a final comment on this. When we started with this project, before the construction, we learned about the requirements to have the approval from the architectural committee. We searched for the committee and we couldn't find it. And then we were able to contact someone that was like the founder of the committee. And we contacted her, and as a result of that, there were several meetings, and there is now a new committee that includes, my sister is a member of that committee, and the owner, the mother of the lady that was here, she's also she's the chairman of this committee. But I mean, we were aware, we tried to get approval, and at the end, we learned about some legal aspects related to the parking lot. And I believe that is still something in process, but there is an attorney that has all the information regarding the case. And but we were aware of that approval requirement, but the committee was not an existing committee.
Thank you.
Given some of the information that y'all heard from the applicant, you could table it and continue the public hearing to a date and time certain, table it, and then allow the committee to speak with the property owner. So it sounds like they still need some conversation to be had among them. Because even if you approve it tonight, the property owners could still sue civilly to enforce their deed restrictions.
And we could also send it back to P&Z if we wanted to have them review all of this.
Correct, you can.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I feel like there's still missing information. And I think it also goes back to my question when I was asking earlier. So then that means that they don't have the lots in agreement to have extra parking.
Well, apparently not. The situation here is that in order to submit plans for site review, they're not required to disclose deed restrictions, nor do we have the authority to enforce those. So we can go ahead and review, but as council mentions, there's additional or alternative avenues where the actual property owner, or depending on what sort of agreement they have, the owner of the land can tell them, well, you cannot proceed with your development.
Right. We wouldn't know if the original parking agreement established in the original conveyance is still active or is required. We would look at this as a zoning case, not as a deed restriction. And so if they're able to meet the parking requirements under the UDC, we would allow the use to be permitted. But if they were not able to meet the UDC's requirements, we wouldn't permit that. And as Martin said, we don't enforce deed restrictions when people create homeowners associations and say everyone's going to volunteer to make sure they maintain fences and abide by all the rules. The city does not enforce those regulations.
It only enforces regulations that be contrary to our Unified Development Code. So in that case, we would. But what I would say is that maybe in the spirit of collaboration and information that we've seen today, the best thing is to continue the public hearing and allow them to try to work it out and not put ourselves in the situation.
I mean, especially if the commission is inclined to deny it, right? Because then that would delay it but they wouldn't be able to come back for a period of time.
Right.
Right. So.
Let's wrap up public hearing then.
Yeah, this is a public hearing, so if there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward. Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to close.
I'll move to close.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
We want to table or refer back to P and Z? I'll make a motion to refer this back to planning and zoning. First, to give time for the property owners to talk and see if they can resolve whatever discrepancies there are with regard to everything. And that way P and Z can vet and verify that adequate parking exists, and then bring it back to us, keeping in mind that, yeah, if there's already a conflict and the fact that it's not consistent today with the comprehensive plan and future land use, those are concerns. So rather than denying this for the applicant today, and putting you guys in a position where you can't come back for 6 months or a year, I'm making the motion to refer it back to P and Z.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing number 7, public hearing and action on first reading on Billboard sign application 2024-01746 to request the review of a sign application to allow a dual-face static billboard at the property located at 6565 North Expressway 77, Brownsville, Texas 78520, as shown in Exhibit A, District 3, Planning and Redevelopment Department.
As mentioned, this request is for a static dual-faced billboard. The current zoning of the property is light industrial, and it would be located at 6565 North Expressway. This is a state highway. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. This is the map in general of where this particular billboard will be located. The red arrow points to the exact location. And so to the north, on the same side of the expressway, 3,594 feet to the north, to be exact, is an existing billboard. Then to the south, on the same side, at 4,299 feet, there's another billboard. And then the closest billboard on the opposite side of the expressway to the north is 2,416 feet. And to the south on the opposite side is 2,402 feet. This is a zoning map. As mentioned, the property is zoned light industrial. What predominates in the area is light industrial. To the east, there's a regional center. Sign description, it's a static dual-faced billboard. It was approved by TxDOT. The area for it is 48 by 14 feet, 672 square feet in total, an elevation of 67 feet. It has 2 faces. And as mentioned, the distance to the closest billboard to the north is 3,594 feet, or 0.68 miles. And to the south, 4,299 feet, or 0.81 miles. These are the plans that were submitted by the applicant. And this is the site plan showing the approximate distance from the property line. We do have the applicant here to give us those specifications. It's not very clear on the screen. And this is a render of what it would look like from the expressway. And P&Z did recommend the approval for the proposed billboard. Oh, and just to mention, like all other billboards, it is subject to 1,000 hours of public service announcements.
I thought this said static.
Yes.
So is it just going to be one sign, not a changing digital sign?
Right, it's just a static sign.
Oh, Okay, so then it would not be subject to the 1,000 hours. Only digital should be subject to the 1,000 hours.
Okay. Any questions?
Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward and state your name.
Martin.
Sorry. Good evening. My name is Walter Clutt. I'm with Lamar. Appreciate the opportunity to submit this proposal for this site. It is a static billboard. There's not going to be LED or any flipping. And so it's pretty much a garden variety, 14 by 48 billboard, on the north end of town.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
We have one nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next are items for individual consideration. Action item number 1, consideration and action to acknowledge the city's annual comprehensive financial report, ACFR, for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. Financial services.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Commission. My name is Matthew Montemayor. I'm an audit partner with Carr, Riggs & Ingram, and I'm here today to present an overview of your annual comprehensive financial report. The report, I believe, was provided in electronic form in your agenda packet. Just a little background, we did have a chance to meet with your Audit and Oversight Committee. That meeting was held April 5th. I believe we had a very thorough discussion of the audit report. We covered a lot of financial information included in the report, as well as addressed any questions that were had. So I went ahead and condensed a little bit of the presentation just in essence of time, but I'm going to go ahead and cover a little bit of information about the audit process, as well as the reports that we've issued, and then cover a little bit of some financial information. So I'm going to first start off with an executive summary. So I always like to describe the audit process of consisting of 2 components. You have your audit of your financial statement, and then you have your audit of your federal and state awards. Since your city does receive and expend over $750,000 in federal and state awards, you're required to have a federal and state single audit over compliance. In the financial statement audit, what we do is we audit the basic financial statements of the primary government. The primary government is composed of governmental activities and business type activities. Some of those governmental activities are things such as police, fire, public works, and public services administration. And business type activities are those related to such services such as your airport operations, public transit, landfill, as well as others. Those operate similar to an enterprise fund. They're charged for services and such. They're reflected as business type activities. Also included in the audit of your basic financial statements are separate entities that are required to be included. Some of those separate entities are such as the BCIC, the GBIC and BCIC. Those are considered component units that fall under the scope of the reporting entity. One of the component units that we did not audit is the Brownsville Public Utilities Board. That is audited by component auditors, and we make reference to their separately issued audit report, and standards allow for that in a group audit setting. The second component of the audit process, as I mentioned, is the audit of your federal and state awards. And what we do there is we audit for compliance, for the compliance requirements described in the OMB compliance supplement and Texas Grant Management Standards. During the year, your city does receive and expend federal and state awards, and those grants, there's strings attached. You have to comply with certain compliance requirements. You have to spend those funds on allowable activities and allowable costs, and you also have to abide by other compliance requirements, which may be such as procurement or reporting requirements, and we audit for compliance with those compliance requirements. During the year, there were 4 major federal programs and 2 major state programs that we audited for compliance. At the conclusion of the audit, we've issued 3 audit reports. Again, we are engaged by the city and by the commission to audit your financial statements and render an opinion when whether or not your financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial condition of the city. The first report that we issued is found on page 21, and that is our independent auditor's report. In that report, we provide and we express an opinion on the fair presentation of your financial statements. And that opinion that we have issued is an unmodified opinion. You could consider that to be a clean opinion, something that you, as a city commission, would be anticipating and wanting to receive, something that the taxpayers of the community would be hoping that the city receives as well. In the independent auditor's report, there are 2 emphasis of the matter paragraphs. One related to a new accounting pronouncement that was required to be implemented. This had to do with subscription-based IT arrangements. Nothing unique to the city. All governments had to implement this new standard, and your city did implement that new accounting pronouncement as well. The other emphasis of the matter paragraph makes reference to a prior period adjustment that was made in the audit process, and that just directs the users of the financial statements to that information disclosed in the notes. The second report that we've issued is found on page 301, and that is a very long title of a report, but we like to paraphrase that and call that second report our Yellow Book report. You are considered a government, and you're required to have your audit performed in accordance with government auditing standards, and the government auditing standards are included in a book that's yellow. So we refer to that as the Yellow Book report. And in that report, we do not provide an opinion, but rather we describe the scopes and the results of testing internal controls over financial reporting, as well as compliance with laws, regulations, and other matters. So we identified any type of deficiencies that we consider to be significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting. Those would be included in that report. Or if we identified any type of material noncompliance, that would be included in that report as well. We did report 1 item as a significant deficiency. That is item 2023-001. That is included in the schedule of findings and question and costs on page 312 of your audit report. The last audit report that we've issued is found on page 303, and that is the report issued in accordance with the compliance requirements. That is we call that our single audit report. In that report, we do provide an opinion on compliance, and the opinion that we have issued is also an unmodified opinion, a clean opinion, just like you received in the financial statement audit. This report also describes the scope and results of testing internal controls over compliance. So you have to have internal control processes and implement controls over the way you comply with the requirements. And in that report, if we had identified any type of significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, we'd be required to report that. We did not identify any type of deficiencies that we considered to be a material weakness, nor did we report any type of significant deficiencies. So next, I'm going to jump into a little bit of the financial information. So this first graph here covers information of the city's assets, deferred outflows of resources, liabilities, deferred inflows of resources, and the difference between the two being your net position. Obviously, assets are things that the city owns, and liabilities are items that the city owes. And you can see the yellow bar there is your total assets at the end of 2023. We're sitting at $875.8 million. Liabilities, $471 million. And the difference between the two, $404 million, was what you had in net position. If you look side by side in 2022, you can see each one of those categories increased over the previous year. And I'm going to cover a little bit of reasons why some of those variances from the previous year. So as I mentioned, net position is the difference between your assets and your total liabilities. And net position serves over time as an indicator of overall financial health. As I mentioned, the net position did increase from $376 million to $405 million. Some of the main reasons for the increase is you had about an $18 million increase in capital assets, net of accumulated depreciation. You also had about a $13.8 million increase in current assets. Those are items such as cash, accounts receivable, inventories, and things of that nature. And then you had a $46.2 million increase in deferred outflows of resources related to pensions and OPEB. So the last bullet point there kind of describes some of the reasons for those increases. You'll see that, during the year, the city had various street and drainage projects You also did improvements to your airport runway and terminals there, your airport operations. City upgraded the parking meters in downtown city. You no longer have the scrounge for change to pay for parking. You have electronic parking meters. Also, during the year, the city, if you recall, issued the 2023 certificates of obligation bonds during the year to fund various capital projects. And some of those bonds have not been spent yet, so they're sitting in cash. And that's one of the reasons why your assets increase. And then finally, actuarial assumptions related to differences in projected and actual investment earnings related to TMRS. Those are what drove the increase in deferred outflows of resources. On the liability side, you'll see that liabilities increased by $49.6 million or 11.8%. As I just mentioned, the city did issue the 2023 bonds, about $29.4 million. Now, those were offset by current year payments that you have on your existing bonds of $16.7 million. You also had a decrease in unearned revenue, which is a related liability, and that is related to your ARPA funds. If you recall, the city received a substantial amount of ARPA funds that UB used throughout the city in different city projects, and you used some of those funds during 2023. At the end of 2023, you have about $41 million left in ARPA funds, and I believe a majority of that is being spent on your BTX fiber project, as well as other city infrastructure upgrades as well. Net pension liability increased $63.4 million, and mainly that's due to decreases in net investment income. TMRS pension is measured on a calendar year, and that calendar year is 2022, and the 2022 calendar year experienced declines in the market performance, and that resulted in a decrease in net investment income. And then finally, total OPEB liability decreased by $1.1 million, and deferred inflows related to pensions decreased about $12.8 million at the end of the year. Next, I'm going to jump into some revenue comparisons, and this is revenue for your governmental activities and your business type activities. And you'll see in 2023, governmental activities revenue was about $186.5 million, and business type activity revenue, $43.3 million. If you look side by side, both of those revenue items or both of those activities increased over the previous year. Some of the main reasons for the increase in your governmental activities revenues, as I mentioned, those increased about $14.89 million, primarily as a result of increase in property tax revenue. There wasn't no really change in property tax rate, but rather values drove the increase in property tax revenue. You also had about a 5% increase in sales tax revenue, $2.2 million. So that shows that you just continue to have economic growth within your city. And then finally, the last two items, increase in operating and capital grants of $3.1 million, and city made a prudent investment decision and stuck their cash in interest-bearing accounts and took advantage of favorable interest rates that were around in 2023, and you were able to increase investment earnings by $6.7 million at the end of the year. Next is the business type activities. As I mentioned, these are activities related to such as your landfill, public transit, airport operations, and that revenue increased $2.3 million, primarily due to increases in capital grants, also investment earnings of $974,000, and also the increases in asset transfers from governmental funds of $1.5 million. There was a slight decrease in operating grants of $2.7 million at the end of the year. Next, I'm going to switch over to the general fund. So the general fund is the main operating fund of the city. You operate at the general fund, you budget at the general fund level for things like property taxes and sales tax, as well as all your other governmental activities, the majority of your governmental activities, I should say. And so the general fund balance at the end of the year decreased by about $4.04 million or 7.5%. If you look at your unassigned fund balance in regards to the number of days of operations that you have, you're sitting at 98 days of expenditures and transfers out in unassigned fund balance. So most governmental entities strive for 60 to 90 days, and you're sitting at above that in 98 days of operating expenditures in unassigned fund balance. The decrease in fund balance is primarily attributed to, again, you had an increase in sales tax compared to prior year, also an increase in surplus funds transferred from the Brownsville Public Utilities Board, but that increase in revenue was also offset by an increase in expenditures at the end of the year, mainly due to increases in salaries, additional expenditures related to public safety expenditures as well. Next, I'm going to touch on the single audit highlights. This is the audit for compliance for the grants that the city receives. And the first two figures there, if you wanted to know, how much in federal funds expended for the year does the city have? And so the city expended about $36.3 million of federal funds in 2023. That's up from the previous year's $2.2 million. Well, in state funding grants, those funds were about $3.1 million at the end of 2023, also up from the previous year's about $1.2 million. So that goes to show that the city is trying to leverage those grant funds, and both on the federal side and the state side, to provide for operations throughout the city. This slide also includes the major programs that we audited. As I mentioned, we had 4 major programs, and those are the Emergency Solutions Grants, Home Investment Partnership Program. That's mainly you provide some down payment assistance for homeowners and do some rehabilitation to homes. Airport Improvement Program. Those are funds received to enhance facilities at your airport and your runway. And then the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. Those are your ARPA funds that you've used during the year. And then finally, the 3 state programs. Well, there are actually 2 state programs. One is the Texas Auto and Burglary and Theft Prevention. You mainly use that on PD salaries. And then the Texas Water Development Board, you did have a grant for that for flood infrastructure that was related to the Brownsville Ship Channel watershed area to combat flooding. And finally, I have the required communications. So we were required by professional standards to make certain communications with management. And those charged with governance, which would be such as yourselves, commissioners of the city and mayor of the city. If we had any type of significant difficulties during the audit, or we had any type of disagreements with management, we'd be required to communicate what those were. We did not have any of those matters. There are significant estimates involved with your financial statements. We evaluated those significant estimates and determined that they were reasonable in relation to the financial statements. And also, we are required to communicate corrected and uncorrected misstatements. Those adjustments that we have provided as a result of the audit have been posted to your books by your finance department, and we provided a list of those adjustments. And then finally, we've had written representations obtained by management, just representing to us that they provided us with all the information that we needed to conduct the audit, as well as that they accept responsibility for these financial statements, as these financial statements are the city's. And that is all I have. That's a fast overview of a 300-page report, but I try to condense that as small as I can. If you were here on April 5th with the Audit and Oversight Committee, I kind of went a little over 45 minutes there talking with them, but I tried to condense it here at the essence of time. But what I would take from this presentation is that we did issue a clean, unmodified opinion over your financial statement audit, and as well as over your compliance audit. As a result of the audit. But if there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Questions or comments from the commission? I do want to thank you and your team for great work here, and obviously City Finance Department for complying and having a clean opinion. I think that shows that we're doing a good job. So thank you, and I appreciate all the support you have.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with that said, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to acknowledge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to acknowledge. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Commissioners, we will also be convening the budget calendar and budget subcommittee. So please, we're going to need to discuss quickly who do we want to be on the budget subcommittee. Normally there's 3 members.
That'll be for the next meeting? Or
Well,
do you want?
can you decide? I don't know if you can decide now. I'm just kind of, but it's a subcommittee to help with the budget, and Marina's determining who was on the subcommittee before. I was
Myself, Commissioner Cardenas, and Commissioner Gowan serve on that committee.
I volunteer to be on the committee, budget committee.
Budget committee? Yeah, I think it's good that you get new members on it. I was on the first one, the very first one.
So it's 3.
Yeah,
You're punishing the freshmen.
Yeah.
Good, I like that.
Is that fine? It's fine because we want to start. Our apologies, we would have put it as an item, but we just want guidance, and We want to start the budget process very early. We have a CIP. We have a lot of great things coming to you in the subcommittee. As you know, we have a couple of meetings, let them know the forecasting, and then always report back to the commission. So we still have the work sessions with the commission on the budget prior to even bringing it to you all.
Counselor, it didn't require action by the commission, correct? So it didn't need to be an agenda item tonight?
No.
Very good.
Thank you, sir. So just for clarity, it's us three.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, no, thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Action item number 3, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2024-038, approving the Brownsville Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan, Brownsville PUB, City Manager's Office.
We have here Renee from the Brownsville PUB and then Ms. Odie Leal from our emergency management. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Rene Mariscal, Brownsville PUB. Quick update, drought update, and then quick update on the water conservation and drought contingency plan. The U.S. combined ownership as of April 6 is 22.2. Not much difference since I was here a couple of months ago. You see that for the month of March, for the most part, it remained fairly steady, which is actually a good thing. Early on, we were projecting that for March, we'd be at about 19%. So the fact that it remained at about 22 is actually fairly good. Earlier, we were projecting that maybe we'd hit that stage 3 in early summer. As a result of this, we're now thinking it's going to be probably the latter part of summer, maybe early fall. Just a quick summary from outlook from National Weather Service. Bottom line, you all can see that there. It's warmer and drier throughout the next couple of months. And stage 2 will continue in stage 2 for the next couple of months, all depending on, weather events and how much Mexico releases. So we'll see how that goes. Clearly, here recently I heard it's going to be a fairly active hurricane season. So we'll see what kind of weather that brings along the watershed. Any questions on drought? Quick update on drought.
I'm curious about the inclusion of Kennedy County there because massive rainfall in Kennedy County still wouldn't do anything for the reservoirs.
Yeah, no, it's just it included Cameron, so we threw it in there.
Very good.
Update on the water conservation and drought contingency plan. So as I've mentioned before, this is mandated, due every 5 years. Our last plan was 2019, so our plan is due here on May 1st, 2024. The plan consists of two portions, the water conservation portion and then the drought contingency plan. A lot of our focus here lately has been on the drought contingency portion. And the reason for that is because this is the section where we set guidelines and we, really we're after minimizing the demand during water emergencies such as the drought. So action items, this is where we're at. The plan that you have before you, we obtained board approval here last week on Monday. And the plan itself, what we've updated, really just has some housekeeping, cleanup language. We included the utility profile. That's something that's required. The utility profile, we update our most recent data over the last 5 years, water production, consumption, population projections. We also include any new projects that we've had that we're working on over the last couple of years and any new projects that we foresee moving forward, such as the SRW expansion. That's something that we definitely want to continue to move on, especially in this time's of drought. We added information on the advanced meter infrastructure that we just implemented, recycle restoration, and then some discussions on some potential wastewater treatment reuse. We did add, I do want to point out that for stage 4, we did add some language there. Right now, as it stands, we only had 2 triggers. One of them was just for water contamination, and then the other one was for major line breaks. We felt it was important that we add one other trigger that captured in the event the the reservoir levels dropped even further. So that's what that was about. So moving forward, upon y'all's approval, we'll submit the plan to the Texas Water Development Board, the TCQ, and Region M after tonight. And then we really want to work with in collaboration with the city. We really want to get into really a more in-depth look at the plan. We want to really look at the triggers. Right now, there's other municipalities that have slightly different triggers. We want to take a closer look at that. We want to take a closer look at our restrictions, surcharges. I know there's been some discussion on what surcharges that we have now, whether, those are really applicable for our community. So we're looking at bringing some outside expertise to look at all of that, including enforcement. We know that's something we really want to touch on as well. We know that other utilities, some go through the municipal courts, where others actually go through a utility bill. So we want to take a good look at that and see what works best for our community. So again, we're looking to bring in some outside expertise and in collaboration with the city, come up with a more efficient plan. So after that, we would draft a plan, an amended plan, in addition to the ordinance, go through the public hearings, the regular requirements for public hearings, adopt the plan. The commission would adopt the plan after it's been reviewed, and then ultimately go back through the process of approving the plans via board and city commission. And then finally submitting an amended plan to the TCQ. And we could do that, at any time. Yeah. Moving forward. That's all I have. Any questions on the plan?
Just on timeline, when do you anticipate, how long is the amended plan process anticipated to take?
We're looking, right now we're looking at really bringing somebody on. So it really depends on how soon we bring somebody on. And then we'll start forming, we know we already have a group in place, but then at that point we'll start, come up with give you a better timeline. I'd hate to give you something now, but whenever it's ready, bottom line.
Well, I think it's obviously important to have that in place before, if we have to go into stage 3, right?
Yeah.
So I think that also can be in order.
Yeah.
And be transparent.
No, absolutely. We're gonna move on.
And I'm looking at the reservoir levels today, and I see Amistad is 28, but Falcon is at 13.9. Yeah, if we're going to have changes in this plan, and I think we need changes in the plan, that will be more aggressive as we get into further stages. We want to do that sooner rather than later. So we've got plenty of time to educate the public as well.
Right.
And just to add, we are going to put additional pressure on, with our federal representation to enforce the water treaty, right? I think since Mexico's not supplying its share of water, we're forced to do these measures, right? Which are punitive on our residents. So I think that's not, fair and equitable. So that's something that we're working on too.
Very good.
We have one slide from Ms. Uriel. Thank you, Renee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. So just a little recap as for on the City of Brownsville part, I had already presented to you all a couple of weeks back. The City of Brownsville did review the plan with the Texas Division of Emergency Management. They did make some recommendations as I had already stated at the previous meeting. The enforcement and fines component needed to be refined. Ordinance, which needs to be updated to ensure that there is no misinterpretation and clearly outlines the responsibility and consequences of the violations. And then the City of Brownsville does have bi-weekly meetings with PUB regarding our drought plan, also regarding the education component for our residents of Brownsville. We do go through that every other week. The recommended changes previously highlighted on the slide were submitted by the City of Brownsville to PUB. The City of Brownsville was notified by PUB that these changes will be coordinated through an amended process, which Mr. Mariscal just went over with you all. And PUB also further added that they will work with the City of Brownsville and an external expert to be able to consult a draft and amended plan. We will continue to work with PUB in a collaborative effort to ensure that we get this plan updated as soon as possible, and that we are notifying our residents of any restrictions that are coming up and trying to avoid the restrictions to educate them how they can serve water. Any comments or questions?
Thank you, Odie. Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-038.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Action item number 4, consideration and action on the approval of the memorandum of understanding between the City of Brownsville, the Clarissa Francis Foundation, and the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley for the renovation and operation of the San Fernando building for the purpose of displaying the Alexandrian reliquary, and authorize the city manager to sign the agreement.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I'm Alan Gard. I'm your Deputy City Manager. About 2.5 months ago, City Manager Helen Ramirez and I met with representatives from the Clarissa Francis Foundation and UTRGV Department of Fine Arts to discuss rehabilitating and updating the San Fernando building to show the Alexandrian reliquary. It's a collection of art owned by the Stillmans and Stillman family, and they want to show that they want to use that building as a place to display that, as well as an educational resource for students in the fine arts program at UTRGV and the Brownsville community at large. Larry Loff has graciously made it through this whole meeting, ready to help me out and answer any questions if you have any. Next slide, please. So the museum, again, it would be located in the historic Market Square within the buildings. The city's requirements would be, we would offer it as a lease for the use of the building, as well as the second floor of the old City Hall. We would help facilitate the permitting of the rehabilitation. We would provide utilities to the building, and we earmark funds specifically for things like the ADA access issues, some specialty infrastructure like climate control, things that are needed to maintain the art collection, as well as special lighting. The Clarissa Francis Foundation and BCIC would offer up to about $600,000 toward the restoration. The city would put in about $500,000. So the total cost and additional would be provided for an estimated total cost of about $1.2 million. Again, our commitment are some specialty items, with the remainder being provided by the Clarissa Francis Foundation. The main function of UTRGV would be to help staff it. They would help curate it, help provide docents and people to staff the building during opening hours. We have a couple of items we want to finalize in the agreement, such as whose responsibility is for insurance, certain performance agreements, the time frame, and ultimately the gifting of the collection. Then we need to finalize the construction documents and select the contractors. So those are the next steps, and we're looking tonight to get permission from the commission to allow the city manager to authorize and sign the agreement.
Another feature that UTRGV talked about was it was kind of complementary to the performing arts that they're going to have at the Majestic Theater. They feel like they can grow their program, and there's an archival portion. There's archives on Market Square, so we would have to look at real, how that would become a program for the university. They also stated that it would help them with their recruitment, because they recruit and they have a collaboration with museums in Italy and in different parts of the nation and the world. And so they felt that this would just make their program more enticing for the professors that they would need, the specialization that they would need to make it successful.
Question, If we approve this tonight, are those questions answered that Alan just asked, that who takes care of what and so forth?
We had discussions about them earlier. We just need to clarify with them and add them to the document. So what you have in front of you is a draft. Those details would be added, and I don't foresee any obstacles.
Okay, my question is, if we approve it, would it be with that language?
Yes.
Would we have to dictate that?
What language specifically?
It can come back to you, but or we could say maybe approve subject to the additional 3 items, the insurance. What did you say?
Responsibility of the, let's see, wrong array. Sorry, there we go, I got it. Time frame and gifting of the collection. Yes, those specific items, that would be helpful.
Time's of the essence because he's not in good health. That's why we're here. We wouldn't want to go this route, but normally, right? But there's times of the essence because of other circumstances.
And what you could do is you could approve it tonight, and then anything that changes or anything additional, we could always bring it as an amendment to this agreement.
Yeah, I do appreciate you guys working on this. I know it's been in the works for a long time, and I'm glad there's a path forward, and so I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I just add the question was always the operator, right? And so now with the university operating, it's for us, you know, it's better than our employees, right? That's not what we do.
Great. So we do have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It is now 7:40. Mayor, would you like to make a motion to go into executive session?
Also move.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
For the record, the following agenda items will be discussed in executive session. Executive session, item number 1, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to utility services, Office of the City Attorney. Executive item number 2, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, code section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to an interlocal agreement between Brownsville Independent School District and the City of Brownsville, Office of the City Attorney. Executive item number 3, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, real property deliberation, and 551.087, economic development deliberation related to Project Hello, Office of the City Attorney, City Manager's Office. And executive session item number 4, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney related to the Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport and boards and commissions, Office of the City Attorney.
She's great. She's good. That's awesome. Bitters. Oh, there you go. It tells everything, yeah.
It is now 9:22. The next item is possible action on any items as discussed in executive session. Item number 1, consideration and action, if any, related to utility services.
No action.
No action.
Item number 2, consideration and action, if any, to approve an interlocal agreement between the Brownsville Independent School District and the City of Brownsville.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Action item number 3, consideration and action, if any, on resolution number 2024-039 related to Project Hello.
I'll move to approve resolution 2024-039.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 4, consideration and action, if any, related to Brownsville South Padre Island International Airport and boards and commissions.
No action.
No action.
Will.
No action on this item?
That's correct.
Move to adjourn.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. It is now 9:24. Meeting has ended.